Hi everyone, welcome to today's session. My name is Shri Krishna. I am your Learner Success Manager for the day. Before we go ahead with the session, please let me know if my voice is loud and clear. You can confirm in chat box. Excellent. Thank you for your confirmation. Let me do a quick audio check with our instructor. Hi Rahul. For audio confirmation, let me know.
Yes, hi Shri Krishna. You're audible.
Yeah, thank you. We can also hear you clearly. Now I will make you the presenter so you can get started with the session. Happy learning everyone.
Sure, thank you. Hello everyone. Let's wait for a couple of minutes so that everyone joins in and then we'll start with the session. So sharing a screen that will be starting shortly and I'm currently muted. So hello everyone. I hope everyone is doing well. Hello Bharat. Hello Shrikar. Hello Shikhar. I hope I'm audible as well. Good afternoon, Pratik. Okay, perfect. So let's continue then. Okay, so just a verbal recap. I think the slides are taken, but okay, no issues. Do let me know in case if you want to uh, have some Q&A, then I'll unmute you. No issues on that part. Okay, so just a verbal recap of what we did in the previous class. So in previous class, that was our first class on this particular course. That is a Python for AI. What is a software, hardware, and then we drill down to what are programming languages and why there are so many programming languages, and essentially talking about that we'll be learning Python and why. Post that, then we talked about how you can install Python and what are various editors in Python. I also showed you a lot of snapshots regarding that as well. I've also shared the codes and the notes that I used in the class, or you can say scribbled in the class on the LMS portal. I hope all of you still have access to that. It would be popped up under your class date. Okay. So post that, then we started moving into talking about uh, what is Anaconda, various distributions, what is a file extension of Python, and then we started looking into the code itself of Python basics. So we opened up a Jupyter notebook and we started going through the code. We started with the arithmetic operators and talking about built-in functions, and we covered a bit of things. And now that is from where we'll be continuing. In fact, so that is what we have done so far. So far, uh, introduction about programming, softwares, hardwares, what is Python, and then a bit of intro on the Python programming part. And I've also shared the code as well in the LMS portal for all of you. So first question is, do you all are able to see the content that I shared on your LMS portal? Okay, perfect. That's good. If you're able to see. Second thing, now anyone having any questions before we move ahead and talk much more about Python and look into more small things in the Python code? Any questions, anyone? Yes, please, Ganesh, please put your query in the chat.
Yes, Rahul. Actually, this is my first lecture, so I am not sure about the LMS portal.
So Ganesh, in that case, you should have gone through the induction recording sessions and also the first class recordings available on your LMS portal is basically the account, or you can say the login page of your, or you can say the website of Simply Learn where a learner can log in. So you have account on LMS portal. So you should go through the induction recording and also the first class recording that would should have been done in fact.
I tried to use my app, but I didn't get any recording sessions. Showed me.
You need to log in through web app. I'm not sure if they show or not, but of course, when because if you're learning programming, the best source or you can say the best platform is a laptop or desktop. So in that case, I prefer that I would prefer you to go through the LMS portal on a web section, like on a desktop format. That might
Can
help.
you please share that link, please? LMS portal.
Uh, Shri Krishna, can you share the LMS portal link with Ganesh, please? And Ganesh, I highly recommend you to please watch the recorded induction as well as this class on the LMS portal. Okay. Any more questions, anyone? Okay, so I see no questions. So let me do one thing. Let me open up the Python code and let's start going through that from where we left off. Once you log into your LMS portal, Jaya, that is where it will be visible. Ankit, as I mentioned in previous class, totally up to you, whatever you want to use. But the codes that I'll be sharing will be of Jupyter Notebook format. Okay, so Ganesh, I hope you have got the link. If not, let me also share. Once you log in from this portal using your ID and password, you will be able to access the content. Okay. Okay, so now let me open up the code and let's go through the. Toby, I think you're talking about the notes and the codes, correct? So it will be visible under like once you log into LMS portal, go to this particular course, Python for AI, and under that go to the live classes, and under that live classes go to the yes, like the previous class, click on that, and that is where it will be visible. If someone can share a screenshot, those who are able to access it, it will be helpful for everyone else, those who are not able to find it. Okay, perfect. Please give me a second, everyone. So I hope my screen is visible to everyone. Okay, so this is the file I've already shared, however, but yes, we have discussed a lot of things about what are integers, floats, strings, booleans, variables, and placeholders, the inbuilt built-in functions in Python like print, type, and this is where we paused in last class, correct? And now this is from where we'll be continuing and discussing a lot of other stuff. And I also assume that there are no questions because I do not see any questions popping up in the chat, which I have not answered. I have answered all the questions that came up, but yes, still you have the time in case if you have any questions before we move ahead. Please put in the chat any part that you have not got it, anything that you want to discuss. Do let me know. Otherwise, let's move ahead. If no questions, please write clear in the chat so that we all are on the same page. I do get understanding that all of you are clear so far. Okay, perfect. So let's move ahead. Now, see, we talked about what are various data types in Python, correct? We have talked about that. We talked about there are integers, floats, strings, and booleans, correct? Now, then we did certain arithmetic operators with integers, floats, looked into how strings are written, and what booleans are, what is the concept of variable placeholder. So we looked into all these things. Again, then the print function and type function. We also discussed about various arguments, how you can change arguments, and how the whole thing kind of changes, how the output changes. And most of the function I've also written has this open doc function and by pressing Shift Tab in Jupyter Notebook, and most of the functions have these arguments which can be used to change the functionality or the outlook of the output of a function. Okay, now we want to talk about what if the data types are present in different format and I would want to convert them in different format. Can I convert a string to integer, integer to string? Is that possible in Python or not? The answer is yes, it is possible. So we'll look into those examples and how it is possible. We'll try to do that now. So first we'll try to see how you can convert other data types to integers. Let's say I'm having this S. Also, I have one more question for all of you. And let me just show the line number. That will be easy for us to. Can you tell me what is the difference between line number 1 and line number 2? Like, is the line number 1 hello, second hello, one and the same thing? Will I get an error if I run this code? What do you think, everyone? Correct. The first one is a variable, whereas the second one is a simple communication message, simple hello. Hello. Okay, a string value basically. So if I run this now, because I do not have any hello variable in my code, I have not anywhere specified hello is equal to something and executed that cell so that my Python knows hello. Even if, see, okay, now I have a question. I made a cell like hello is equal to 4. But I'm not running this cell. Now if I run this cell, what do you think? Will I get an error or not? I'll get a error. Why? Because my Python still says I do not know hello. Why? Because merely writing the code does not allow, or you can say force Python to learn what that thing is. You have to execute it. You'll have to run it. See, currently it's blank. As soon as I run, it says, okay, this is a second run of your code. So now my Python knows that, okay, there is a hello variable, which is 4. And once I run it, now you can see 4 and hello is printed. Okay. So please do remember that. However, we have already talked about this in previous class, but still. Okay. Now let's look into how we can convert uh, various data types into each other. So if someone thinking that this is 10 only, no, this is a string basically. Okay, and this is a string of 10. 10, but in a string format. So s is equal to a string of 10. Now if I want to convert this to integer, what I'll do is I'll simply use the code int. Int is a Python built-in function. What it is used for? Used for simply converting any value to integer. Don't worry, I'll know you'll have certain questions. We can convert anything. The answer is no. only the things which have a base with 10 can be converted. Don't worry, I'll talk about that. So s is equal to 10 int s. Int is the Python built-in function, open close small parenthesis. Inside that, place in the value that you want to convert to integer. So it says 10. But it shows you that this is a 10. Like if you run this code, it will show you that okay, this is the output. It does not change the original value. The original value is still string of 10 only, as you can see. Because you've simply asked Python to show the output of this. You have nowhere written a code to update s. Okay. So how do we update s in this case? You simply say s is equal to integer of s. Again, mathematically, if you look in that this equation, this does not make sense. You cannot use the same variable cross-referentially, but still, s is equal to integer of s. So first, this code will be executed, converting string of 10 to 10, like this is the output, and then we are simply storing this to this particular s. Okay, so now s will be updated, and as you can see, it becomes simple 10, whereas this was string of 10. Okay, you can also store these in any other variable. It's not necessary that you do want to update s in s only. Let's say s is again string of 10, but you do not want to update s, but you want to kind of convert it to integer and store in some other variable that you would want to make. So you do not have to first of all define a variable and then store the data in it. In Python, that is not the case. You simply say v is equal to integer of s. That's it. So first this code will be executed. It will be converting the string of 10 to integer 10, and then it will be saved in this v value. Okay. Same way, a float value can also be converted to integer. How? By again simply using the int Python built-in function for converting anything to integer. Now, if you say print fc, it shows 10. And even if I say type of f and fc, what is f? F you can see is a float value, whereas fc, because I converted it to integer. Once I run this, you can see it's float and integer. Now your question, again a very valid question, can we convert a, b, c, d to integer? Can we convert anything to any integer, any values which cannot be? The answer is no. Python will throw you error. In plain sense, the things which cannot be converted to integers, like hello, a, b, c, d, characters, alphabets cannot be converted. You know that special characters cannot be converted to integer. They will not be converted to integer. As simple as that. Only numbers written in string format can be converted to integers. As clear as that. Okay, you will get this kind of error, invalid literal for integer with base 10. Okay, hello. So this will give you error. Same way, if you want to convert anything to float value, anything to a float value, how to do that? How to do that? By using the Python built-in function float. This is a Python built-in function float, open close small parenthesis, and you pass in the value. Like this is a string of 1. Once I run this code, you can see it shows 1.0. Now I have already shown you this before, however, here as well in the type function, that you can nest n number of functions inside each other. Like you can say type, then you kind of print, it will still work. And same is what is happening over here. I am first of all converting a string value directly using a float function and then passing into the print function. Now your query will be, why would I write such a long code and why not simply 1.0 directly? Try to understand. I'm telling you, in case if you are, let's say, reading data from a file, and in that file when you read data, it will be stored as a string. So you'll have to kind of parse through that data, and wherever number comes, you'll have to use in such a way that float gets implemented by itself using the whole numbers and those things, and then gives you the 1.0, the numerical 1.0. Okay. Okay, now moving to converting data to string. So str 1.0, because this is a float value. So how you can convert anything to string? By using a Python built-in function str. Str open close small parenthesis, pass in the value that you would want to convert to string. And once you run this, you can see it simply converts it to string. Okay, that's it. Same way, if you want to convert anything to a Boolean value, basically what I'm saying is you can even convert a Boolean value to string. Like in plain sense, anything can be converted to a string. only limited set of things can be converted to integer and float means only numbers in strings or things that make up number can be converted to integer and float, but anything can be converted to a string. Doesn't matter if it's a number, doesn't matter if it's a boolean value, doesn't matter if it's a list, tuple that we'll be talking about further. So anything can be converted to a string value. How? By using Python built-in function str, and it converts it. Okay. Now we can also convert things to boolean values as well. Like if you say pass in a boolean value true, so if you convert this using bool function, it gives you true, bool true, it gives you like this is the output of type function. Do not get confused that you pass in bool true and now you're getting bool as output. No, we have also placed in a type function as output just to show you that this true is a boolean value. This true is a boolean value and not something else. Also, when you pass any numerical values 1, 2, 3, from 1 to infinity, and even from except 0, you pass any value to bool function, the output will be true. Then you'll say, okay, when do we get the output of false? When we what kind of number should we pass? If you pass in a 0, so in that case, you'll get an output as false. Now your question will be why? Because in Python, 0, 0, empty strings, and any falsy value, there are multiple falsy values, empty list, empty string, 0, empty tuple. We'll talk about those, but as of now, you know these two, like empty string and a 0 value. By default, in Python, these are termed as falsy values. So if you pass these to a bool function, you'll get the output as false. Okay. Now let's talk about comments in Python. Any questions so far, anyone? Okay. Now let's talk about comments. In Python or any programming language, there is a scope or concept of comments as well. Now the first question comes, what is a comment? See, this is a comment. Is everyone feeling my pace is fast or it's slow? What are your inputs? Please put in. Okay, just to cover back what we have talked. I'm not sure, Ganesh, you will be able to understand strings, integers, and these things because this is the first time you're looking at it. I'm not sure if that could be the case, but okay, I'll try to kind of uh, keep it a bit slow. Not comparatively very slow because I'm already going slow, and if you go with this pace, it will take a lot more time. And these are simple functions. Okay, what we have done, we have seen simply how you can convert various data types into each other. If you want to convert anything to integer, you use int function. Okay. If you want to convert anything to float function, you simply use float function, float. These are Python built-in function. Okay. We already discussed what are built-in function in previous class, various arguments with them. And same way, if you want to convert anything to string function, simply use str function. So int, float, str, and finally, if you want to convert anything to Boolean function, bool. That's it. So only four functions that we have discussed, or you can say four built-in functions that we have talked about to convert. And in fact, all of these are exactly the data type names as well, correct? If you match them to our data types, these are exactly the same name. Like say int, float, str, and bool. So just from these names only, these function names have been, you can say, derived. So quite a easy task, in fact. Okay. Coming back to comments. Now, for in every programming language, there is a concept of comments. Now, first of all, what a comment looks like? Like this is first of all a comment. What do you mean by comment? Like why do we use it? See, in Python, wherever you put a hash sign, in Python, wherever you put this hash sign, after that, anything you mention will be not treated as a Python code. Let me repeat. wherever you put a hash sign, anything, Python does not treat it as a code at all. Python will not even look into it. Okay, Python will not try to execute it or evaluate it. The perfect term would be evaluate it. Why? Because Python knows wherever a hash is there, it is a comment. Now, what is a comment? This particular thing. What is the use of it? We tend to use comments to provide information. Okay, for example, let's say we have written 1,000 lines of code. Okay, now because we have written just now, so it would be very fresh in your memory. But what if after 5 years you come and look back at the same code? Would you remember that what you were doing in this particular line, what you were doing in this particular line, why you were using this kind of addition subtraction only, why you were first adding then subtracting, or first subtracting and then adding? No, you would have forgotten. So these comments help us to tell, like these act as a footnote for what is happening in this line. For example, I've written this is a footnote slash comment for what is happening in this particular line. So I'm saying simply addition between 2 plus 3. It could be a complex comment as well. Like, okay, this is a function. We'll be talking about function. Instead of this, I would have written this is a function which parses a website using a web scraping tool, Beautiful Soup, and gives me the entities name present on the website. Correct. So if you can write any comments so that when you ever come back to the code, it's easy for you to understand. Second part, when let's say if you're working in a whole team, you are having a lot of people working on a same project, and it could be that they would have to use, all of them have to use each other's code as well, correct, to integrate and many more things. So how does the person know what you're trying to do in that particular function? The person has to read through the whole function and understand what that code is doing. That does not make sense. It's simply wasting time, correct? In that case, you will add a whole detailed comment per line of function, and also for the function that what that function is responsible for. So it also helps in good code understanding and team collaboration. Okay. For example, how do now let's see how we can put in a comment. So if I remove hash, see this becomes a code. Now Python will try to evaluate it. Evaluate it means Python will try to run it. So when I say this is my comment, so Python gives you some error because is a Python keyword, correct? That's why it says okay, something is issue with this particular line. But the issue is that we are trying to write something, but Python is evaluating. So how do we make this a comment? Simply put a hash sign before, and we tend to put space so that it's easily readable. So this becomes a comment. And now if you run it, so first line is not at all executed. You can see it only shows you the error of the second line. So you can even comment this as well. Okay, you can comment this as well. Now there is also a limitation to this. Now what if you want to write a very long paragraph sentence kind of information for a function or a code, correct? So you'll have to kind of put hash at every line like this. And if you kind of, let's say you're writing a lot of content like this, and then you want to kind of go to next lines, but these are not comments, so it becomes a lot difficult. It becomes a lot difficult that you have to put hash everywhere. Instead, what you can do is you can use extended form of comment known as docstring. You simply put triple quotes, and you write anything that becomes a, like anything within them, that becomes a comment. Okay. Now you might have a question why you are using this. What is this? We already have discussed. This is an escape character. Now you have asked what is the use of this. See, if I remove this, because my comment is in next line, by default, it will show me this next line strings over here. This is what it refers to, next line. We have already seen this in one of the argument of print functions. Do you remember? In print, what was the end argument default value? Do you remember it, everyone? It is new line. Okay. So I'm putting a backslash so that asking Python to escape, like do not look into what is next, simply continue. And once you do that, you can see that this simply goes on continuously. Okay. So use for multi-line comment, also called docstring. This is a multi-line comment. Just an example. Now moving ahead, comment also has one use case which makes it very effective as well to make our code inactive. Let's say I want to print 5 plus 6, 6 plus 7, and I run this, so I'm getting both these outputs. But let's say due to certain reason, I do not want to run this code, and I also do not want to remove it from my code. I do not want to run this line. I do not want to run line number 2, and I do not also want to remove it from my whole code. due to certain reason I want to keep it, but as of now I'm thinking about how you can modify this, or even I want to add this functionality or not. You will simply comment it. Okay, that is also what people tend to do. Simply comment the code and it will not execute. Okay, but the code is present, and if you want to bring in that functionality, and comment the code. Making sense? Now now see, it's very fearsome process to put in hash everywhere. Like you have to go to starting, then put a hash space. Same way, go to starting, put hash space. Now again, this is fearsome. So Jupyter Notebook has a shortcut. Jupyter Notebook has a shortcut. Now what is a shortcut? Anywhere you go in that particular line which you want to comment, and press this shortcut, control plus slash. Once you do that, your line is commented. Control plus slash, line is commented. You can comment n number of lines or uncomment n number of lines by selecting them and doing control slash. You can see. Can you see this? Now these shortcuts vary from editor to editor. So you'll have to go and look into the shortcuts of editor what you are using. Like what is the shortcut for commenting or uncommenting the code. Okay. Any questions, anyone? If no questions, please write clear so that everyone is clear till this part so that we move ahead. Okay, let me also share this coding case as of now in the chat window again, in case if you want to execute this in parallel and want to kind of explore this. So just give me a second. However, you already have this code from LS portal, but in case if you have not downloaded it, let me share it in the chat window. Okay, I've shared the code in the chat window. Okay, now moving ahead. So far we have discussed how you can do variable folder assignment, how you can use what are various data types, what are arithmetic operators. Okay, what are various some of the built-in functions. We'll be talking many about many more of them. Don't worry. But now let's move on to assignment operators. Okay, what does assignment operators do and how do they do it? So time assignment operators are used for simply assigning the values, as you can see. So what do? They assign the value. Now in Python, equal to sign is using for assigning a value to a variable. Plus equal to is simply in same sense. If you say, let's say you are having a variable c equal to c plus a. Well, let's move into the code that will be giving you the whole clarity about what we are doing. Let's say I'm having two variables, x is equal to 1, y is equal to 2. Now if I say x is equal to x plus y, so I'm assigning this value. This is the equal to sign assignment operator. These are used for assigning values. X is equal to x plus y, and it assigns the value. Now x is equal to 3. Now the question comes, so can I write it this way, like x plus equal to y? The answer is yes. Okay, this x plus equal to y exactly performs the same thing that is happening over here, like x is equal to x plus y. Now you will of course agree with me that this is very easy to understand and easy to look at compared to this one. I do agree. Then you might also have a question, then how is it different? Why we are having this particular thing? So if you look into a small functional difference, this will be a bit fast in execution compared to this. If you want the answer in plain terms, why? Because less number of you can say uh, words or less number of characters to execute. So if you are doing the addition billions of times, in your code in a loop, like you're adding again and again and again, multiple numbers are coming. So in that case, I would recommend you this particular expression to be used, plus equal to. Now you might ask how much significant of a difference it will be. Not very, very much, but yes, still it is optimization. Okay, so plus equal to will be faster than simply saying x is equal to x plus y. Same way you have x minus equal to y, and same way you have x double slash equal to y. And I've written all the expressions in expanded form as well, what they're referring to. Okay, so please keep that in mind. Okay, now let's move to comparison operators. So assignment operators, simply for assigning values, that's it, nothing different. Now let's move to comparison operators. As the name itself suggests, that comparison, they will be used for comparing the values. Now, if I compare a value, the output will be always true. Like, is it big, same, or small? Either true or false, correct? The output will be always a Boolean value. So in Python, these are the following comparison operators: double equal to. Like, are they equal? Sorry, are they equal? Are they not equal? Like for not equal, you use this particular symbol, exclamation mark followed by equal sign, equal to sign. Okay, then greater than, smaller than, greater than equal to, less than equal to. Okay, so these are the symbols used for comparison. Let's see certain examples. So I'm saying 1 equal to 1. Now you might have a very good question that why we are using double equal to in Python for comparing. Like this is used for comparing whether they are equal or not. Now can you tell why we are using double equal to, anyone? What do you think? What could be the base idea behind it? Correct, because single equal sign is used for assignment. It has already been taken. Now, how does Python know what is your intent to assign or to compare? So hence they have to be separate. Okay, single equal is for assign, and that's why it was taken. Hence, double equal sign for comparison. Hence, 1 equal 1. Is it equal? Yes, it is equal. Hence, you are getting true as output. 1 less than 1 greater than 2. Is it true? No, the answer is not true. So hence false. Okay. Same way, I'm looking into type of it just to show you that the output will be always Boolean. I've also prevented shown you the comment over here like what the output at the backend is basically. So I'm saying type 1 greater than 2. Now because 1 is not greater than 2, so it is false. And when I run type on top of false, so the output will be bool. And that is what you are seeing over here. The output is bool. Okay. Same way, 1 less than 2. I know it's true. Is 1 not equal to 1? False because they are equal. Sorry, because they are equal. Give me a second. I suddenly pressed. Okay. Is 1 not equal to 1? False because they are equal. Is 1 greater than or equal to 1? It's true. So basically for expressing. Now you can even do comparison between strings. So is high equal to by? So it says false. Not equal, true. And just to also support that Python is case sensitive, small a is not equal to capital A. Okay, so it is giving you an error. Clear to everyone? Any questions? No, Bharat. Okay, I do not see any questions coming up. Let's move ahead. Now let's move to logical operators. Logical operators are two types, and or. What is the use cases of these? Let's first of all understand what they do. Okay. Let's say you have certain conditions like is 1 greater than 2 and 2 greater than 3 and 5 greater than 6. Now you are having multiple conditions and you want one output, true or false. Now please pay attention very closely. I want every one of you to listen carefully. What happens is you can have multiple conditions. separated by and or the other operator, which is or. But because as of now we will be talking about and, hence let's cover first and. Now you can see this is one condition. A small a not equal to capital A and 3 greater than 2. So the output is true. Why? For now see, logical operators output will be always a Boolean value. The output will be always a bool. How? And will be evaluating all the conditions and then giving true. Means it will be evaluating n number of conditions. Again there is a and, again there is a and again there is a and. The output will be true only and only if all the conditions are true. If you are using and between multiple conditions, the output will be true only if all the conditions are true. It has to be true. It has to be true. Everything has to be true if you're using and in between. Then only output will be true. Even if one condition is false, even if one condition is false, the output will be false. Does it make sense? So it's basically in plain terms, if we want to draw that, okay, if the user ID is correct, like user ID is equal to, let's say, R, password, let's say A, if location from where the person is logging, let's say India, X, Y, if all of these are true, if everything is true, then only login basically. Are you getting it? When you want all the conditions to be true, then only the AND condition will give you output as a true. Any questions? Is the AND part clear? So for the output of these operators will be true or false only. For the AND operator to give true, all the conditions have to be true. Then only even if a single condition is false, the output will be false. Just to show you that example as well. Let's say I'm saying 2 greater than 1. I know this is true. 3 greater than 2. This is also true. 5 greater than 6. Only this condition is false. And once I run this, you can see the output is false. Okay, it's not true. Everything has to be true, then only the output will be true for the AND operator. Clear? Now the case is completely opposite for the OR. Even if a single statement is true, the output is true. Even if a single statement is true, the output is true. And if all the statements are false, then only it will be a false. Means even if a single statement is correct among infinite number of statements or conditions, the output will be true. So I'm saying 3 greater than 10, 4 less than 3, 3 greater than 1. So yes, all these are true. Sorry, not all. Only this is true, only 3 is greater than 1. Only this is true. Other two are false. Still the output is true because I'm using the OR operator. So in this case, you are simply looking at even if one condition matches, you can say allow the person to log in or do this particular execution of the code and these kind of things. Okay. Same here. Now I'm also showing you can club n number of ands and or. You can use, like what I'm saying is look very closely. I'm having one big bracket and then another big bracket. Between them is an and. Now inside the first bracket, I'm using multiple brackets with or. Inside the second bracket, I'm using multiple of them with and. Okay, you can even use an and or here as well. But again, it's always suggested to put brackets to separate the operations. Okay, so even any clubbing, any nesting can be done. That is what the intent of me was to show over here. Any questions, anyone? Now do one thing, I've already shared the code in the chat with everyone. Please go through till data structures part, take 3 to 4 minutes, write done. So what I'm trying to say is for those who have joined today and anyone new, so I've shared the code in the chat window, open up the code. From the top of the code till the part we have covered, like that is still here, and or operators. Try to look into the code, try to play around, and once you feel comfortable, please write done so that we move ahead with data structures and other concepts. Okay. The intent of this exercise is to make you familiar, make you comfortable with Python, allow you to operate and you can say kind of play around with all the concepts that you have understood. Clear to everyone? Okay. So I'm stopping the share, waiting for everyone to go through the code. The code is already shared in the window. Let me go on mute, and do let me know once you're done. Please write done. So that is only when I'll have the clarity that all of you are done with the exercise, and then we'll move ahead on the data structures part. Thank you. So I hope everyone has gone through the code. So let me share the screen and let's continue now from where we left off. Please give me a few seconds. Okay. Now we'll talk about data structures. They are also known as data containers, iterables, sequences in Python, multiple names. But we'll use the most easiest term, data container as of now. As the name suggests, what are they used for? Used for storing data or containing data. Okay. In Python, by default, there are four data structures. What are the name of them? List, tuples or tuples. People call them as tuples as well. Dictionaries and sets. Okay. So these are the four data structures or data containers in Python. What do? They store data. Okay. Now, what kind of data? Any kind of data, numbers, floats, strings, booleans, functions. List can store any other data type, data container as well. List can store lists, list can store tuples, list can store dictionaries. We'll see those examples, don't worry. Okay, let's talk about list first. The most commonly used data structure or container in Python. Now, what are lists? First of all, how do we define list? So whenever you put two square brackets, you are saying that you are defining a list. For example, I'm saying li is equal to square bracket. Okay, open close square bracket. So it means I'm defining a empty list. Now this list is empty because I'm not putting any data over here. Okay. Now if I say type li, you can see it says list list. Now you, as I mentioned, what are these data containers or these things used for? Storing data. Why do we tend to store data? Because we would want to do certain execution at some point down in the code. You would want to kind of add the elements to each other or some other values. It is basically, you can say, as of now we are storing data. For example, if someone is talking to you, you want to take down meeting notes, what do? You write down the notes in a notepad or any agenda item, correct? And based on that, then you start taking actions. You might use those notes and then kind of convert them into actionable items, correct? Same way, that could be the case with these list and tuples. You're simply storing data initially, and then you would want to use them or kind of simply store them for further reference. So that is first of all the first objective. Again, how they can be used in multiple ways, but still. Okay. So let's say I'm making a new list. I'm saying market list, open close square bracket, and I'm putting the first item as chips, second is full drink. So I'm when I'm writing chips, it's a string value. Second is also a string value. Third is a number. Fourth again a string value. Then we are having a float value. So this is a float value followed by a boolean value again. The intent to show over here is that it can store any data type. And when I run this, you can see it shows me all these things as output. Please give me a few seconds, everyone. Okay, thank you. Now I've simply made a market list over here specifying chips, cool drink 3, anything 3.0 trip. Okay. Now when I say type market list, it tells me that this is a list. Now, as I was mentioning, that these data containers can store anything. For example, a list can store a list itself. Do you see? So a list can store a list itself. Now my first question to you over here is, can you tell me how many elements or number of items are present in this list? A. Any correct. 5. So do not count these inside elements. So this whole will be treated as a single element. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 elements. Okay. That is how the elements are counted. So we will talk about further on list, but again, I'll be building things step by step. Now let's talk about tuples. So in list, you're having square brackets. The only difference in terms of visual form is that tuples have small brackets. Okay, tuples have small brackets. I know your question would be, what is the difference? We'll talk about that. But just for a few seconds, let's first of all see how tuples are, and we'll talk about the major difference. Don't worry. Okay, so A is equal to 1, 2, 3. So again, as I mentioned, tuples are the second form of data containers, by default data containers in Python. So list, dictionary, tuple sets. So it discussed list. Now we are talking about tuples. So 1, 2, 3, high, 1, 2, 333.33. So it can also store anything. And this is what you can see. Okay, so this is a tuple. Now if I say type A, it says tuple. Now you have to be just a bit cautious around tuple with this one particular part, because this is where of course Python will get confused. So if you simply say 44, let's say you're having only one element or one item in a tuple, this is how it would look like. And this Python simply gets confused thinking that it is simply a number 44 written in small parentheses. Okay. Now, for you to tell Python that, okay, in case if you want to make a tuple, that this is not a number, it's a tuple, simply put a comma, and that is what is allowed, so that Python does not get confused and still figures out that, okay, the second line is a tuple, whereas the first line is simply a 44 number integer written in small parentheses. That's it. Okay. And as I mentioned, tuples can store anything, small tuples, lists, any data type. All things are allowed to store. And same is the case with list. Now comes the bigger question. The first one, like, what is the difference between list and tuple? The first, of course, the visual representation, they use small brackets. The other one uses curly brackets. But if I talk about the second difference is tuples are immutable, whereas lists are mutable. In easy terms, once you add items, once you define a tuple, let's say I'm running this cell and I've defined my tuple, like A is this. Okay, like if I show you what is A, so A is this, correct? Now, if I want to remove, let's say delete something from A, like let's say I want to remove 1 from A, it does not allow. Does not allow item deletion. Means once you have stored anything in the tuple, this is indexing we'll talk about further. Like I want to delete something from this tuple. Let's say I want to drop this 2 from the tuple. But that is not allowed. Means tuples are immutable. They cannot be changed. Once you have defined the values in a tuple, executed them, you can neither add values, neither you can remove values from the tuple. Whereas from list, you can add values to the list. You can insert between any two values. So you can remove values. You can do anything with list. So tuples are immutable and lists are mutable. Second things, whenever you are doing any processing with tuples and lists, the running time or the processing time will be comparatively less for tuples than lists. Okay, so tuples are a bit faster in execution, you can say processing compared to list. Okay, now let's move ahead. Now the question would be, like you have told about that we can convert various data types to each other. Can we also convert these data containers to each other? The answer is yes. For example, I'm specifying a list li. Li is simply a variable name. You can have anything. You can have anything just to mention. You can have anything, whatever you want to have over here. I've simply used li. Li is equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And when I say tuple, li. So this list li is simply shown as a tuple. But is the original list converted? The answer is no. So how did we convert this list tuple to a tuple? By using the Python built-in function tuple tuple. By using the Python built-in function tuple. Okay. Same way, when I run this li, you can see that it is still the original list. Now I want to kind of store this. I would simply say tu is equal to tuple, and now this was stored in this particular value. Real case scenario, Yugender, for example, you're getting a data and you want to lock it. For example, you all enrolled in this cohort, and once the batch has started, I do not want any new email ID added by anyone from all across the sample. And no person with whatever admin rights, they cannot add a person in the cohort. So I'll store all the email IDs in a tuple and simply declare it, getting it. Whereas if I want to keep it flexible, I'll store the data in a list. So it can be removed, added, and all those things. But a tuple is simply a fixed form. Nothing can be done with it. You cannot delete, neither you can add. Does it make sense? Okay. Same way, if you want to convert anything to a list by simply using, how you can do that? By simply using a Python built-in function, list. Now you will be able to see that these names are very, very similar to what the names of these containers are. And yes, they are very, very similar. So if you know what list is, you also know what Python built-in list function is. Okay, so quite easy to remember. Okay, okay, now let's move ahead. I think you're talking about the use of tuple. There are multiple ways to use tuple, honestly. That is one of the example I gave to you in the Jaya, but there could be multiple ways of kind of to use tuple. It depends upon what problem you're having, what logic you want to build, and what is your objective. So it depends upon multiple things. Okay, now let's talk about indexing. Now, indexing in Python is used for extracting any particular element from a data container. From any data container or data structure, you want to extract only one particular item. You only want to use, or you want to kind of get a copy of that particular item as output. What you will do, you will simply use indexing. Now, what is indexing? Let's talk about that. And I want everyone to look into this very carefully. Now, first of all, let's say if you want to go to your friend's place, what is the most important thing for you to go? Correct. You need to have an address. Without address, you cannot go. Now, for example, let's say I want to extract this high output. Even for me to extract this high out from the code, I need to know its index. Okay, I need to know its address. So you can say in Python, addresses are known as index. Okay. By default, the index starts from 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And it will keep on going till how many elements you are having. So what is the address of high? 4. What is the address of 43? 3. To remember, indexes are unique. Unique. You cannot have any two elements referring to the same indexes. Okay. Same way how addresses are unique. Multiple homes cannot be like kind of referring to a same, or multiple biometric details or fingerprints or iris data cannot refer to the same person or multiple person. Okay, it will be only for one unique person. Same way, indexes are unique. A number or an index value will be only referring to a particular item in the data. Same way for tuples also 0, 1. So by default, indexing in Python starts from 0. Now my first question to you is, if you see what is the number of elements present in this list? The elements are 5, correct? But what is the maximum index value? 4. Why? Because the counting starts from 0. Does it make sense? Okay. Now what I'm doing over here, I want to extract high, so I'm simply like this is a syntax. Now if I want to extract, so it is a syntax. You have to specify first of all the iterable name from which you want to extract the element. So I want to extract element from L. What is the address of high? I know 4. So to extract element L, square brackets have to be used and followed by the address value, like the index value 4. Okay. Once you do that, like L4, you can see the output is high. Output is high. Same way, when I say TU is of course this one now, correct? Square bracket, and what is 0? So 0 is 112.0. And once I execute this, you can see it says me 112.0. Indexing also works with strings, in fact. Okay. When you say S is equal to A, B, C, D, E, and if you say S, again, what will be the values? So address will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I say S square bracket 2, so it will be giving me C, and that is what you can see as the output over there. Now, indexing again is simply done to extract the value. If you want to store it, you want to work with it, you will be doing that. Now, there could be a very common misunderstanding that if I extract high, so it is deleted from this. The answer is no. Okay, let's say I extracted high, and if I still run L, so it is still having high. So I'm simply kind of getting a reference out of it. Okay, it is not getting deleted, it is removed from here and given as output. No, it's simply telling that to get fourth index value, what is the element? High. That is what it is saying. Okay, now how we can do indexing with nested list and nested tuples. Now the question comes, what is nested list? We have not listened this or heard this word so far. Nested list or nested tuples are where within a tuple you are storing multiple tuples or lists. Now this is a nested tuple. Why? Because you are having multiple tuples and lists inside it. Now let's say you want to extract this 240 out from it. Now first of all, my first question, how many items are present in this tuple? Can you tell? So 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the index positions. So maximum index is 3 and number of items are 4. Correct? Why number of items 4? Because counting starts from 1 and for index it by default starts from 0. So when I say tu square bracket to 0, it will give me this particular whole tuple as output, and that is what you can see over here as well. Now inside this tuple also I want to extract this. So again 0 and 1 is by default employed over here. So tu square bracket gives me a tuple, and after that a square bracket 1 gives me this particular value, and that is what you can see as output over here. Clear to everyone? Any questions? Any questions, anyone? And it's a single dimensional array. First of all, it's not an array, Jaya. It's simply a tuple. You do not confuse it with the array. Array are in Python with respect to NumPy. So this is simply a tuple. You cannot call it two-dimensional, three-dimensional. Simply a single dimensional data, not even dimension, a simple data with these values. Which part did you not get? The second one, Lakshmi. See, I want to extract 240 first of all. So what we are doing is 240 is present inside a tuple, which is present inside this bigger tuple. Okay, so the number of items, first of all, in the big tuple is 1, 2, 3, and 4 items are there. So if I say tu square bracket 0, so by default, this item is shown as output over here. Correct? This item is shown as the output. So tu square bracket 0 is this item, and that is what I get as output. I want to extract this value. So I know that this particular code gives me this tuple, but even I have to do indexing on top of it because I want 240 as output. So when I say, because this is 0, this is 1. Okay, correct again. So when I say 1 at the back of it, like if I simply place 1 more, so it gives me a 240 as output. Okay, so it's indexing with nested tuples. First you're extracting the tuple, like this particular tuple, and on top of that you're again saying square bracket 1 to extract this 240. Clear? Okay. Now, it could be the case that instead of extracting only one single value as output, you would want to say that, okay, I want to extract a portion of a list or a portion of tuple. We call that as slicing. We call that as slicing. What does slicing do? It extracts a portion of a list or tuple. Okay, now please look very carefully. Please give me a second. Please give me a second, everyone. Okay. For example, if you look closely, so I am having a list with A, B, C. So what are the indexes? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and these are the indexes, okay? 10. Now by default for indexing, what was the syntax? The name of the variable, name of variable, followed by square brackets and inside it the index value, correct? That is how it gave you a particular value as output. But for slicing, so you have to have a sequence name, and inside then you'll have to put in a square bracket. Inside the square bracket, there are multiple values: start, end, and step. Don't worry, we'll talk about each and every of that in detail. Okay? Please listen very carefully. I want everyone's focus, otherwise you might miss this out. So what I'm saying is, so this is my list. I'm saying list 0 to 3. First of all, the syntax is list, or let me write it in easy terms instead of list. Name of variable, start index, end index, and column. Like this is the syntax, you'll have to remember this. Step size. Okay. So I'm saying list 0, 3. We start from the 0th index and go all the way till 3. So 0th index, first index, second index, and this is the third index, correct? This is the third index. So if I write the numbers 0, 1, 2, and 3. But in Python, the last index is never included. The last index value, the end index value is never included. Hence, it will not go till here, it will only go till here. That's why you get an output A, B, C. And I've written this thing over here in the comment as well. So list, again referring to this particular variable, square bracket, start from 0th index, go all the way till 3, but not including 3 index, third index. Hence, you get a list as output. And what is that list? A, B, C. This is what is known as slicing. The end index is never included, always remember. Now, there is a good thing as well. And also, please give me a second. Let me change this text in such a way that it looks a bit good. Just give me a second. Okay. So I've simply written name of variable, start index value, end index value, and step size. By default, if you see, start index value is always 0. Means even if you do not specify anything, Python will by default start from the 0th index. And that is the example over here now. So if I'm saying list colon 3, I'm not specifying anything in between, in front. Means what happens? It will by default start from 0th index, hence giving me the same output. Clear to everyone? Same way I can start from any other value like list 3 to 9. So it will overwrite the 0th value. In that case, it will start from the 3rd index, which is this one, D, and go all the way till 8th index. 9th will be never included. Okay, which is I. Questions anyone? Clear? Same way, even the end index is not mandatory. Means if you simply specify a start index and you do not put any other value, by default, it will give you the whole list from that index. So here what I'm saying, list 2 colon. And I've not put any number, so it starts from the 2nd index and go all the way till the end of the list. So it will give you the whole list from that particular index value. Okay. So both start and are completely optional, but start value is 0, end value is not specified. If you do not specify the value, it will simply give you the whole thing as output. Okay, we'll come to that, Mayur. So exactly same way, Jaya. The operation or the concept or the logics will not change. Okay, there is nothing that will be done differently, just we'll have to use it in such a way. Now, if you do not specify anything and you simply put in a list colon, so it will give you the whole value as output. Like the whole list will be given to you as a output, as you can see over here. Okay. Now let's talk about step size. Let me move over here. Now you can see that this is my list, correct? This is my list A, B, C, and all these are indexed. So 0, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. These are the index values. Just to mention, these are the index values because we are starting from 0. Now look very closely. I'm saying list start from 2nd index, go till 8th index because last index is never included with a step size of 3. By default, please listen very, very carefully. By default, the step size is 1, means all the elements will be included like this. That is a by default thing. But now you have specified a step size of 3. So it says, okay, start from C. Now because step size is 3, so 3rd element. So 1 jump, 2 jump, 3rd element will be given. So you can see F is given over here now. So now again jump, 1 jump, 2 jump, 3rd element is given over here. Okay. Now because we already have reached our end index 8 value, it will not do any jumping further. So step size allows you to skip the elements based on what the value you provide. Does it make sense? 3 refers to the which element I want to get as output. So if 3rd, so from that value, 1 second 3rd element. Clear to everyone? Okay. Let's talk about it again. Not clear then. Please listen very carefully, everyone. So I'm saying 2, 9, ignore this. This one is clear. Start from 2, go all the way till 8th index. Clear? Correct? And what it will do, it will keep on showing every value. Correct? Like this. Correct, Toby and everyone? But what if I'm specifying a step size? So it starts from 2. Now see, first of all, I've specified it will start from 2. It will start from 2nd. And what is the end value? Let's say 9. So let's highlight that. It will only go till this value, 8th index. Because last index is never included. Correct? Now I'm saying step size is equal to 3. So what it will do, it will give me the third value from where it starts. So it gives me C, as you can see, C is given as output. Now from C, the third value. So 1, 2, 3. So this value is given, which is F. Okay. Now again, because still we are having some values that we need to cover, and we'll apply the same logic of 3. So again, 1, 2, 3. I is given as output. So CFI you get is what you get. Does it make sense? Clear now, Toby? Okay. But still, your list is exactly the same. Now listen very carefully. We know the indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Python also allows you to index from back as well. But that number changes. -1, -2, -3, -4, -5, -6. Okay. So every value, every item in your list will have two index values. Now my first question to you again, why does the number start from -1? Why does not it start from 0? Why did it start from -1? Correct, because 0 is already used. Okay. And if you remember, I told you, any item indexes are unique. A single number cannot reference to multiple items because 0 has already been used, hence -1. Okay. Indexes are unique. So if I say list -3, so it will give me I, as you can see over here. Same way if I say list -6 to colon, so what it will do. So if you see, I'm saying list -6. So -6 is this particular value, and then colon from here all the way till end, and that is what is happening over here. Okay. Same way, if I'm saying list -4 till -1, so what is happening? So what is happening? It takes from -4. Will -1 be included? What do you think, everyone? The answer is no. -1 will be never included because end index is never included. So all these three items. So H, I, J. Clear, everyone? Now, what if, see, I know that when I said -4 to -1, it gave me out, it gave me output of this. Let me do this unwanted text. Okay. When I said -4 to -1, it gave me this as output. From this to this, -1 is not included. But when I say -1 to -4, like it was in this direction, correct? This was the direction. But when I say -1 to -4, like I'm saying in this direction now, correct? When I say this direction, the output is simply a blank list. Output is simply a blank list. I'm saying list from -1 give till -4. So it gives me a blank list. Can you tell why? Prakhar, in case if you want to use from the back value, you always want to extract the second last value, third last value. You'll not go in and start counting all the values. You'll simply say -3. What if your list has, let's say, 10,000 items or 10,852 items? Will you first count all of those? No. And you only, let's say, want to extract the last inserted item or second last item. So you'll always do -2 or -1. That is the intent. Okay, coming back. So what we were talking is, because now direction is backwards, hence it gives you an empty list. But the reason behind this is, why it gives you this format is because by default the step size is 1. By default the step size is 1. When the step size is 1, it supports this direction. Means move in this direction. Move in this direction. So by default, the step size indicates this direction. If we want to extract this as an output, like even without a blank list, you'll have to specify a step size of -1. Let's see that. So when I say, as you can see over here, just let me move a bit above. When I say -1 to -4, what happens? You can see that it starts moving back now. And you get K, J, and I. So -1 was the index, -2, -3, -4. H will not be included. Why? Because last index is never included. Do you see this minus sign? Because a +1 step size indicates direction from left to right. To specify direction from right to left, you'll have to specify a negative sign, negative -1 step. Okay? Repeat it, Lakshmi. Yeah? So what was the problem when I say -1 to -4? It gives me a blank list. Why? Because I'm specifying the last element first and then the fourth element. But by default, the direction in which the data is read is this way. Why? Because step is 1. What is the step? The argument of slicing, which you have seen so far, how it was able to jump 3. So for me to extract the data in reverse manner, I'll have to specify the step of -1. So in that case, it moves backwards now. Clear everyone? Any questions, anyone? Is it clear how we are able to extract the data in reverse order? Lakshmi, clear? Okay, perfect. Let's move ahead. Now, if you do not specify anything, you simply specify a column. So the whole list is given you as output. Okay, the whole list is given to you as a output. Now, there is a trick around with this. Just look very carefully. If you do not specify any start index, there is nothing. No end index is specified. And you simply specify -1. So means, first of all, if you specify column, the whole list is given. Now I specified that, but I'm specifying a step of -1. So instead of it going into this direction like this, instead of going in this direction, as soon as you specify step size of -1, it will go in this direction. Now what happens? You get a reversed list. This is a reversed list. Correct? This is simply a trick, nothing else. It's not a function, it's playing around with the code. You're tricking it into giving you the reverse list. Any questions, anyone? Okay, let's move ahead. Same way, if you specify -2, it will give you reverse list with a jump size of 2, like it will jump to 1, and it will give you the second element. So let me write that as well. So if you go to this, so let me make it much more evident. Like this, like this. So it will give you the second element. Basically, why? Because the jump is -2. That's why. Now, when you say list, 1 colon 8 colon 2. 1 colon 8 colon 2. So start from 1, go all the way till 7th index, the step size of 2. That gives you output of a list. Now you can store that into a variable and you can do anything. Now if you see this x, so this is giving you that particular output. Okay, and you can do anything with it now. And let's move to list methods. So far, what we have done, we talked about list, we talked about tuples, we talked about their difference, then we talked about indexing, now slicing. I'll talk about list methods. Do one thing, everyone. Tell list methods. Please go through the code, take 2 to 3 minutes, and then we'll move ahead. Try to play around with this indexing stuff so that you get familiar, and then we'll move ahead once you write done in the chat. Clear to everyone? Intent again, so that you get familiar with the concepts that we have gone so far. I've already shared the code, you already might have it. I've not made any changes so far in the code. So stopping the share. Please go through, try to play around, and do let me know in case of any errors, any questions, anything. I shared it in the chat, Kanish, and also it's present on the LMS portal. It will give you error, Faizan. It will be not considered anything. It will be giving you error, Faizan. I'm resharing the code in the chat window to everyone, those who do not have it yet. But as I mentioned, it is present on your LMS portal as well, but resharing it over here in the chat as well. Bharat, we have covered till indexing and slicing. We are on list methods now. Just again giving 1 2 minutes for everyone to go through what we have covered and play around with it. That is what we are doing. Yeah, I'm not sharing the screen right now. No issues. I've shared it in the chat window now, Ganesh. You can download from the chat. And once you log into the LMS portal, under the course that is currently we are going through Python for AI, go to the live classes. Under live classes, yesterday's like the last class, that is where it is present. And as I mentioned from class one, I recommend everyone to please log into desktop or laptops. That is really very helpful for everyone because you're learning programming, so it's a bit important. Thank you. So has everyone gone through the code? Any questions, any doubts, any errors that you have not understood, anything, put in the chat. Okay, let me share the screen. Let's move on. Now let's talk about list methods. Now what are first of all methods, or we'll talk about that. Now see, you have data in your list. And if you remember, if you recall, lists are lists are mutable. Okay. Lists are mutable. Now, as I mentioned that they are mutable, so you would want to add data, you would want to remove data, you would want to insert data, you would want to do multiple things, correct? You would want to count, so you would want to do multiple things. So same way, these methods which are specific only to list help you to perform these functionalities. What are methods? Which help you to alter your list by adding, removing, inserting data. Okay, let's see what we are doing. So let's say I'm specifying my list one. This is again a variable. You can give it any name. List one is equal to a list. When I say list one dot append 10, so what happens? You can see a 10 has been added. So the dot append is known as a list method. And this is the first method that we are covering. List one dot append. Dot append is a list method. What does it do? It adds the value that you specify inside its parenthesis to the list. Now because I've added 10, so it added 10 to the list. Always the element is added at the last. Now my question to you is, if I run it again, will one more 10 be added or not? What do you think? It will be. So if I run it one more time, you can see it will be added. Okay. And if you run it 10 times, 10 times and 10 will be added. Just also I've written one more comment after this dot, because list one is a list. Python knows it because I've already executed this cell. So Python knows what is list one. The type of data is list. So if you write a dot and then press tab, this is a Jupyter Notebook specific shortcut. It can vary from editor to editor. So after dot, if you press tab, so it will show you all the list methods, okay, or all the list functions that are allowed. We'll be covering nearly all of them, okay. So dot append simply used for adding the item at the last. What is dot remove used for? And again, remove itself tells you used for removing the element. So dot remove 346. So 346 you can say is removed from your list. So let me run this. Now if I say list one dot remove 346, you can see 346 has been removed. Now because there are say two tens, now I would want to count it. So list one dot count. Count what? I want to count how many occurrences of 10 are there. You can see 2. And one more thing, when you are using the remove function or method for list, by default, it will always remove the first occurrence only. Okay. Now your question would be, how do I remove all the occurrences? You'll have to write your own code. You can use dot count to first of all count how many times it is there. And you'll have to kind of run a loop that number of times that all the values are removed. So you'll have to write your own code. We'll talk about how you can write a loop. Don't worry. One dot count 10 gives you the count of 10. Dot sort simply sorts the list in an ascending order. Now you might have a question, what if I have specified some other values along with, like because these are integer, they have been sorted. What if there was a A, B, C, D also inside this? Will the sorting happen? The answer is no. The Python will give you error. It will tell you that it's not possible to sort data in this manner. Means only integers and floats values can be sorted. If you have any other data type in between, it will give you error to not be able to sort. By default, the sorting is in ascending order. But if you want to sort in descending order, you can inside the sort function provide an argument. So if you press shift tab, so it tells you that okay, there is an argument of reverse, the reverse flag, they are specifying it over here. It's present over here as well. If we see that as true, so the sorting is done in descending order. Okay. You can even use the dot reverse method. Now, please do not confuse sorting and reversing. These are totally different things. Sorting is arranging in ascending and descending order. Reversing is irrespective of how they are arranged with respect to their values. It's simply reversing the list. People tend to get confused between sort with reverse true. So this is descending order, and reverse is simply reversing the list. making it upside down. That is how you can say it. Does it make sense? So please do not get confused at this one. And list one is still exactly the same. Okay. Again, all these things are directly applied to the list. Do remember that in mind. So all these elements are there. No new element has been added. Only the thing that we removed, 346, that has been removed. Okay. But all these methods or functions update the list then and there only. So as you can see, every time I'm specifying list one. So this is how the list one is looking now. That is what is happening. Do keep that in mind. Okay. So changes are happening on the go. Now when I say list one dot insert, I want to insert an element somewhere in between. How do I do that? By using the dot insert method or function. So list one dot insert. First, you have to specify the index where you want to insert it, and then followed by that, you have to specify the element that you want to insert. So index at third, insert at third index, the string of A. So 1, 2, 3. At third index, A has been inserted, and these things have been moved front. Okay, so between 34 and 52, A has been added. You can also remove a element by the index. So if you say list one dot pop and pass in the index value, that element will be removed. So let me run this. That element will be removed and given to you. With now you can store this in a variable and you can do anything with it as well. Okay. But if you do not specify an index, I have specified by default the -1 index value will be removed and returned to you. And that is what you can see. A has been removed. You can also get the index value of any particular element by using the index function or method. Specify the element for which you want the index value, and it gives you the index value. Just to repeat things we have covered: append method for adding element, remove method for removing element, count method for counting the number of occurrences of an element, sort method for sorting the list, reverse method, insert method for inserting an item in between or at any particular index, pop method used for removing the element by its index, okay, index method for getting the index value of an element. So far clear? We'll cover 2 to 3 more functions and then we'll move ahead. Okay, so this is my list one. Now see, there's one unique thing that will happen over here. Now if I say, let's say C is equal to, how you are counting from 1 and not 0. Because there are a lot of string methods to be, so we'll be only looking into the most commonly used methods. Otherwise, if we simply talk about list string methods, there are approximately 25 methods. So we'll keep sticking to strings only. So with respect to time, and also if you have gone through the self-learning material, you might have figured out that these things are not present in your self-learning material or in your course content. I'm going over the top to kind of go into all the details that are required for you to be a good programmer and be good in Python. So things that are important, that are needed, I'll for sure cover. Doesn't matter how much time will it take, but things that are not needed, not so you commonly used, not so important, that is when we'll have to cover. And for that, I'll be talking about few things, don't worry. Okay. Now let's say if I'm saying C is equal to list one. And let's talk about, ignore these ID things as of now. I'll tell you what. Okay. I'm saying C is equal to list one. Okay, let's talk about this ID right here so that you do not get confused. C is equal to list one. When I say ID C, so what happens? It gives me certain number. Now what this number is practically does not make any sense for us, but it simply refers to a location, or you can say it simply refers to a unique ID given to variable C. Okay. Now, but if you look at the ID of list one as well, it's exactly the same. Why? Because I've said C is equal to list one. So the ID of C and ID of list one is exactly same. There is no difference at all. Correct? Now I'm saying C is equal to 10, 10, 34, 53, 55. Now let's say I'm saying C dot remove 10. And this is how my C looks now. Have like two tens over here, like it will still have two tens, but it will only have one 10. What do you think? So when you run this, by default, the 10 has also been removed from the list. So if you run this, the 10 will be also removed from the list 1. This is known as auto aliasing. Let me repeat what I wanted to say. For example, just let's try to cover it again. Say this is our list 1. Okay, 10, 10, 34, 52, 53, 55. Now I'm saying C is equal to list 1. Okay. As of now, you can ignore these IDs. I'll talk about these. Don't worry. Okay. C is equal to list 1. You can see this is what our C looks like now. Okay. When I say C dot remove 10, now this is how my C looks. Now my question to you is, will list 1 look exactly this way only? Means getting not impacted at all? Or it will be also updated because I updated C? What do you think? The answer is it will also get updated. See, you can see that a 10 has also been dropped from the list 1, the first 10. The first 10 has been dropped from the list 1. Why? Because we specified C is equal to list 1. By default, this is known as the auto-aliasing feature in Python. This is known as auto-aliasing. Okay. If you remove anything from C, same thing will be removed from list 1. If you add anything to list 1, same thing will be added to list C. Why? Why is that the case? Because both of them were referring to the same memory value. Like if I show you, both of them are referring to the same memory value. Okay. Means exactly pointing the same data in the backend, or you can say in the memory. That's why. Now to avoid this, what we can do, we can simply say C is equal to list 1 dot copy. To remove this functionality, to avoid this kind of issue, we can use the dot copy functionality. Now what happens in this case? A copy of list 1 is made and then assigned to C. And in this case, you can see you will be having different values for the ID of these variables to in memory. If you do anything with C, let's say you're saying C dot remove 52. It has been removed, but will it be removed from list 1? The answer is no, it will not be. It is still present over here, as you can see. Okay. So that is how it works. Any questions, anyone? Is it clear? I mentioned how what ID is used for. ID number is not used for anything, just simply to check if they're referring to the same memory location or not. Pavitra. Now let's say there is some list 2, and there is some list over here. Now I want to add this list to my this original list. Like I want to make this list 1 long by adding all these elements as well into this list. How can I do that? By using the Python list function extend. So I say list 1 dot extend, open close small parenthesis. Inside this I pass in list 2. And if you look at this now, what happens? Sorry, I need to first of all define this. What happens? All the elements are now present in the list 1 as well. Okay. If you say dot clear, it simply clears the complete list. Now let's look into certain operators that tend to work very well with lists as well. Let's say I'm having list 1 again, 34, 55, 53, 52, 346. Now if I say list 1 plus list 2, see, I use the extend function to get all the numbers in list 1, correct? Now this gives me a list 1 which contains all the elements. Now if I say list 1 plus list 2, What we are doing a concatenation operation, and the output is exactly similar. Okay, exactly similar. But there is a slight difference. Can you tell what? It does not update the list one. List one is exactly the same what it was. It is not changing it at all. Okay, it's not changing it at all. It's simply giving you an output that okay, this is what the output will look like. So if you put a arithmetic operator, the plus operator between two lists, it simply joins them and gives you output, but it does not update any list. Now your question would be that what should I use? Should I use the extend function to join two lists, or should I use a plus operator to join two lists? My recommendation will be always use extend because it is far more faster compared to your plus sign, and it is not a recommended method as well. Okay. Now, as I mentioned, in list, you can also do assignment operations. Means when I say assignment operations, means you can change the values at the index because they are mutable. Lists are mutable, correct? So let's say list 3 is 52. I know that. The third index value in list 1 is 52. I know that. How? As you can see over here. Okay. This is my list 1. 52 is the third index. Now, if I want to overwrite, is it possible? Yes. Why? Because lists are mutable. So if I say list 1, 3, and writing I am a new element at index 3, and when I run this and see my list 1, so you can see it updates by removing 52 and keeping this value. So this shows that lists are mutable. We can add, we can remove, we can do all these things with list. Just two more codes and then we'll go for a break. Don't worry, we'll go for a break after this. Okay. So this changes the third index. Now, many of you asked that, okay, you mentioned that tuple are immutable, lists are mutable, means in tuples, you cannot change the values, whereas in list you can. I showed it over there as well. But and I also told you that tuples are faster in execution, correct? If you remember. Why? See, because they are non-mutable. Okay, you cannot change values, so they are also faster to operate. They do not have to carry extra baggage of all these methods and all these functions along with them. Less amount of code to kind of update them, correct? Because they cannot be updated. Hence, tuples only have two methods. A list nearly has 11 to 12 methods, whereas tuples only have two methods. Let's say this is your tuple. So if I say tu square bracket 0 a, if I do this, say it says okay, tuple does not support item assignment. Tuples cannot be updated at all. So the only two methods that tuple has, dot count for counting how many times UO is present, dot index for seeing the index of an element. That's it. Compared to list which was having so many functions, so much code would be written at the backend for those functions to execute, correct? But for tuples, only count and index, that's it. So less code, that's why faster in execution. Otherwise, it has to carry a lot more baggage. And also how they are written, that also specifies at the backend that they are faster. Okay, so and you can also like after T you press tab to see all the functions that are there, and as you can see, only two functions are there, count and index. Clear to everyone? So this tells you that tuples are immutable. Neither you can add value, update value, only two methods are there that you can use, that is count and index. So any questions, anyone? Any questions, any doubts? Please put in. Okay, so let me stop the share. Please write clear if you are clear till this point. Perfect. So let me launch the pool. Post the pool, we'll go for a break. I'll show you a timer for the I'll initiate a timer and share the screen with the timer as well. But let's conclude the pool first, and then go for a break. And post the break, we'll continue from where we left off. Good to hear that, Toby. And also request you to please post in your question again in the chat in case if I have skipped it by mistake so that I can address it. Any question if I have not answered by mistake, please put that in the chat. I'll be happy to answer it. So I hope everyone has pooled. So I'm ending the poll, sharing the screen with the timer. Let's go for a break and see you after the break, everyone. Thank you, everyone. See you after the break. So is everyone back? What is the error it is showing, Lakshmi? What error? Give me the error name. Like what error? Last line of the error. That code does not have any kind of error. The error that you gave me, code that you gave me, it could be, the possible things could be that list one might have null. Okay, you are writing list dot copy. It is list one. You are saying list. It is list one. My variable name that I gave in the code. Okay. Try checking the exact names. There could be a naming issue. Okay, now let me share the screen. Let's continue with where we left off. So we covered tuple methods as well. I will talk ahead and talk about identity operators followed by some other operators and then dictionaries. So let's try to cover these as well now. So I hope everyone is clear till this point so far. There are no questions and everyone is clear. I have also shared the code, so everyone is going through the code. I'm giving time for all of you to go through the code side by side as well. Okay, so let's move ahead and let's talk about further things. Now Python identity operators. Identity operators are used for comparing if any two objects are equal or not, essentially. Okay, so they are corresponding to whether it's referring to the same object in the same memory or not. Okay, it's memory basically. There is a small typo error, but okay, let's say this is our list one. Okay, when I say list one is none, what is none? Python keyword that represents simply nothing. Like there is nothing. NONE refers to, it's a Python keyword, represents like a completely empty space, nothing, or completely nan value, not a number or nothing basically. So is list one nothing? Like is it completely blank or a null value completely? The answer is false. Why? Because we have something as list one and it is having a lot of data, it's not none. Okay, so is list one means comparing list one only. However, it can be any other variable name. For example, list one is list two, so it is false. No, they are not exactly same thing. They are different things. Okay, list one is not. You can even use not as well. Again, this is a Python keyword to say that they are not equal to. List one is not list one, it is false. So again, simply is not used for comparing objects. Instead of these, you can use these as well, but there is a slight difference between these. These are used for comparing objects, whereas these are simply used for comparing data types and those things. Okay, between numbers and those things. Now let's talk about Python membership operators. Membership operators are used to check if anything is present in a sequence or not. If a particular value, particular element or item that you are looking for is present in the sequence or not. That is what it is used for. So I'm saying s is equal to hello man, and I'm saying a in s, and when I run this, so it tells me false, like capital A is not present in s. Do remember Python is case sensitive. So caps on A is not equal to caps of A. Okay. Same way, I'm saying is H in S. So it says true. Yes, it is present. And you can directly use a list instead of using a variable name just to show that. You can do that as well. HE in this, so it says true. In this, it says true. not in this, in fact. Okay. So quite simple use cases just to check if anything is present or not. Same way if anything is similar or not. That's it. Now let's come to dictionaries. So far we have covered list data type, list data container. Also to mention, people tend to call list tuples, and in various documentation as well, you'll be able to see people calling them as data types as well. Now before moving ahead, I just want to talk about one more thing. Python documentation. Okay. Now see, when you get a new equipment or instrument, it's always good to use the user read to it's always good to read the user manual. Why? Because that user manual completely tells you what all features, capabilities that particular car or that particular car or device has to offer, correct? And it tells you how to use them. Same goes with a programming language as well. It's always recommended to go through the documentation. So I've mentioned that we'll be covering the most common things, most important things in Python. But again, Python itself is very, very big language. Okay, when I say big, like the scope is so big, there are so many things to learn in Python. So to start with Python is good, but to master Python is very difficult because there are so many things, knowing each and everything in and out. So that is where you start with documentation. So if you remember, I gave you homework in last class. What was the homework? To watch Jupyter Notebook, 2 to 3 videos or blogs for you to get understanding of that. Now from here on to next 2 to 3 weeks, in fact, is your homework to go to the Python documentation. Now to help easy your work, I am telling you what to read and what not to. Simply remove these. Nothing of this has to be read. Simply start with tutorial first. Only go through tutorial first. Okay. Library reference also does not needed. Let's say this is also not needed as of now. So only go to the tutorials. Okay. So it might take you weeks to complete this part, but believe me, this is very, very important. Now, for some of you, you might find this documentation a bit too technical. So it does not have any kind of issues. I do not have any kind of issues if you go through any other blogs or videos which teaches you each and every function in detail. If you know about any such page, you are totally free to go and browse through that. Now, if I click on tutorials, you can see that it shows you a lot of things. Now, from tutorials also, you do not need to go through section 1 and 2. Simply skip this. Start directly from section 3. Okay. So only tutorial section and start from section 3. Does it make sense? Now this way, when you start covering things, you'll cover a lot of information one by one in an order. Okay. For example, it starts with the informal introduction on Python. What does Python do? Okay, and how does it work? Various numbers, then floats. Okay, then text basically, which we are calling as strings. Then kind of doing operations on top of them. So quite a good documentation. Okay, but could be a bit technical at some points. When I say technical, with reference to words that are used, you might feel it a bit more difficult to understand. So in at that particular time, for example, let's say they are talking about list over here. Any particular thing you did not get, simply Google it, read through any other blog, or you can use any chatbot as well to understand it very easily. Clear? Because this is a very important component. Any questions on this? I've already shared the documentation link in the chat. I request you to please go through that. And they are also telling you like, okay, what is this? You can even copy the code directly and paste it in your existing notebook and try to work with it as well. Okay. So quite a good thing you need to do in case if you want to master Python, you'll have to go to the documentation. Questions, anyone? I'll answer that question, Faizan. Once we'll talk about where you should practice. As of now, verbal answer to that is hacker rank, but I'll show you the page and those things as well once we are done with a bit of more stuff like on if and else conditions, loops, and those things. I'll not be constantly available on Slack, Prakhar. I'll be mainly available during classes only. So you can write those questions. You can try chatbot if those help your queries. Otherwise, you can write them down and you can ask me in the classes, and I'll be surely answering those. Okay, now let's talk about dictionaries. So far, we have talked about list and tuples and their corresponding methods. Now let's talk about dictionaries. This is the third data container or structure present in Python. Now see, you will hear sequence and iterables as well, these names, and they also correspond to the same thing. And also it is much more good if you use the terms like iterable or sequence. That makes much more sense. But still, it's up to us. The concept is what it is. The words are totally up to us what we want to use. Now coming back to dictionaries. So dictionaries in list were defined using square brackets, tuples using small brackets. Now lists are defined using curly brackets. Okay, dictionaries are also mutable. You can have them nested, you can have them have list and tuples, all those things stored inside it. Okay, but their organization is a bit different. They have key value pairs. Okay, also called as associative pairs. Let's talk about that directly first. Before you go through these things, don't worry, I'll talk about that directly. So if you look closely, what is happening is you are having, first of all, this as a single item, one item, two item, third item, fourth, and fifth items. So this is first of all your dictionary D. You can see a curly bracket over here, and there are five items. Now every item has a key and value. Key and value separated by a colon. Separated by a colon. Key, colon, value. Key, value, key, value. Okay. Now you can have any data type in value. It can be a string, it can be a number, it can be a float, it can be a list, it can be a tuple, it can be another dictionary, it can be anything. Value can be anything. Okay, value can be anything. But there are certain rules regarding keys. First, a key data type can be also anything. Like for example, it can be an integer, it can be a float, it can be a string, it can be a tuple, but it cannot be a list. Why? Let me talk about that. Please, but again, we need to talk about few more things. So as I mentioned, values can be anything. Okay, but keys are unique. When I say keys are unique, your key cannot repeat. Key can't repeat. If you have used a key somewhere in your dictionary, you cannot use it again. You cannot use it again. Okay, I'll show you that example. Don't worry. These are unique. The logic behind this is because in Python and in dictionaries, indexing is done using keys. In dictionaries, indexing is done using keys. So key and index, you can say kind of are one and the same thing. Hence, they have to be unique. They cannot have multiple occurrences. Does it make sense, everyone? Whereas values can be duplicate. Values can be duplicate. Let's see example now. Okay. Let's say I'm specifying a dictionary IDs Sam, age 23, and see these are associative pairs. If you see closely, uh, these are associative pairs. Associative pairs. Now once I run this, you can see this is how my D looks. Now if I say type D, it tells me that this is a dictionary. Now let's validate the first thing that I said, that keys cannot be duplicate, they cannot repeat, they'll be always unique. So what I'm doing over here, I'm making a dictionary. How? By specifying curly brackets and saying ID X, age 34, and ID. I'm repeating this key again and saying Y. When I execute this cell, do you see the output? Only the last ID is taken and age 34. This one is already deleted. So Python will not allow you to have duplicate keys. Okay, it will itself remove them and only keep the last key. Whereas the second statement, as I mentioned, you can have duplicate values like ID X, age X, ID X. When you run this, you can see it does not give you any error. So values can be duplicate. Now the reason behind why keys are unique, because in dictionaries the indexing is done using key names. For example, if I say D square bracket IDE, it gives me Sam. It gives me Sam, like this particular Sam from here. Does it make sense, everyone? So dictionaries are a bit unique. How they are unique? In list and tuple, you simply store data. In dictionaries, in a certain form, you can organize your data as well. Like what is the ID? So ID you keep as name. ID Sam, age 23, hair black, anything, any information can be stored in a key value pair, which also allows a bit more organization and naming information around it. Any questions so far? And this is how you index any data out of it. Now the question would be, let's say your dictionary is there and you told Rahul that dictionaries are mutable. So how do I add a value or how do I update a value? So let's say this is an existing key value pair present in my dictionary. Now I want to update its corresponding value. Instead of Sam, I want something different. So how do I do that? So I say D, IDE, like simply referencing this particular key and value corresponding value and specifying equal to new. This is how you update the value of a key. Once you run this, you can see it becomes new. How you can add a new key value pair? We know that okay, place is not present at all over here. So I simply say D place is equal to Delhi. And if I do this, you can see place Delhi runs over here. Okay. Now dictionary has certain methods as well. What are those methods? The first one is dot items. What does dot items do? It returns you all the key value pairs. It returns you all the key value pairs. All the key value pairs in a form of tuple inside a list. Like see ID new, age 23, like these are the tuples. So it returns your item which has multiple elements in form of tuples, and these tuples have key and values. But if you see the items type, it is a dictionary items. You cannot make this. This is simply the output of dot items. However, you can convert this to list by simply saying list inbuilt function. We talked about how you can convert anything to list by using list Python built-in function. So I'm saying list and saying d dot items. When I run this, you can see in much more a neat manner our list, and inside this list you are having all the corresponding tuples, and every tuple has a key value pair. No protic, that's not a case. You cannot do that. Same way, if you say d dot keys, it will only give you the keys present in a dictionary. Same way, if you say d dot values, it will only return you all the values of your dictionary, not the keys. These are the methods. These are the methods and functions. D dot items, d dot keys, d dot values. Okay, these are the items. You can convert this to tuple as well, and this is how it converts. And when you say D, this is how the dictionary looks. Now another method, if you want to drop a particular key, what you can do is you can use the d.pop method. D.pop, what does it do? It removes the corresponding key and value from the dictionary. Okay, for example, and returns you the value. For example, if I say ID, let's say this. Sorry, if I say here, let's say here. So it gives me black. Okay, but what if I specify some things are dictionary a key that is not even present at all. Let's say if I write something, a key name that is not present in dictionary, so I can write my own string, or you can say a message over here that will pop up if this key is not present. So it says a key is not present, hence cannot be removed. You can write your own message. Okay, I've just simply written this. Totally up to you what you want to write. And this is still my D. Okay. You can also use the del. This is a Python inbuilt keyword for deleting anything. It's up to you what you want to delete. You can use this keyword to remove a list, dictionary, variable from Python memory itself. Del, and what you want to do, delete basically. For example, I'm saying del dide. So this will remove the IDE key as well. You can see that. Okay. You can also convert a dictionary to tuple, but do remember only the key names will be converted to tuple. Okay, will be present to the tuple. Because why? Because dictionaries and tuples do not have the same data organization. Hence, there has to be a workaround. That's why Python only gives you the key names in the tuple. That's it. And then if you want to add two dictionaries together, like we were doing the same using extend function in list. So how can I do that? Let's say this is my dictionary, another dictionary d1. So I would simply say d.update d1, and this gives me this dictionary. Okay. Questions, anyone? And do one thing, take 3 to 4 minutes, complete till sets, go through the whole from starting, go till try to cover till sets, so that you are in line with all the things that we have covered, you have understood, and then we'll move ahead. Please write done once you are done. Again, the intent is that you understand what we are doing. You get a hands-on, and you also uh, feel that you are covering things, you know what we have covered, and also a kind of revision for all of you. Okay, so please go through this, take 3 4 minutes, write done. Once you are done in the chat, then we'll move ahead with sets. Any questions meanwhile, please put in the chat. Yes, Toby. That was the intent of placing all the values over there to show that everything can be every key or value basically. All the data types are allowed. The only exception is that you cannot have lists or things that are mutable as keys, because keys have to be unique. You cannot have those to be updated. Means you cannot have list as key value, like as a key, because list can be changed. That's why. Whereas tuple can be a key. So I hope everyone has gone through the code. So let's move ahead. Okay. Now let's talk about sets. Okay. So the fourth data type now we will talk about is sets. So far we have talked about lists, tuples, dictionaries, and now sets. So sets are also defined using curly brackets, but again the data organization in them is similar to how it was in list and tuples. No key value pairs, simply normal data separated by commas. The unique thing about sets is, first of all, they do not allow duplicates. First of all, this is how you define a set. Now, when you run this, let's say I'm having multiple ones, you can see multiple twos, multiple threes. They'll not allow any duplicates. Only 1, 2, and 3. If I do a type on this, it also shows you set. Now, indexing is also not allowed on top of sets. Means if you try to do indexing, it will throw you an error. Okay, indexing is not allowed on top of sets. So now if let's say 379, and if you say square bracket 0 and you run this, it tells you that okay, there is a set object is not subscriptable. Subscriptable means you cannot do indexing on top of it. Okay, that is what it is saying. Now try to understand sets as when in terms of Venn diagram. We'll talk about that, don't worry. Let's cover certain methods for sets and then we'll talk about what I'm referring to. Let's say this is a set. Again, I've tried to show you that even it doesn't matter how many duplicates you put in, only the unique values will be present. Okay. When I say s dot remove 54, you are able to remove 54. Means they are mutable. So three things. They do not allow duplicates, you cannot do indexing, and they are mutable. So you can remove things and you can add things. So s dot add 67, 67 is added. Now, think of sets as Venn diagrams. Do you remember these diagrams? Let's say if this is set A, this is set B. So what will be this part called? Can anyone tell? It will be A intersection B, correct? Do you recall it, everyone? This will be called intersection means the common points present in both the sets. Common data that is present in both an A and B. This one will be A minus B. The data only present in A and not present in B at all. Okay, and this one will be called as B minus A. The data only present in B and not present in A. Okay, so quite simple concepts around this. So same way, if you go ahead and look into this concept and try to execute, let's say we are having S1 and S2. We are having two sets, S1 and S2. Now I want to get only the data present in S1 and not present in S2. Basically like this orange area part. Let's say if this is set to S1 and let's say this is S2. So if I say S1 dot difference S2, this will only give me the data that is present in S1 and not present in S2. So 1, 3, 4, and 7. And you can have a look at that. So 1, 3, 4, and 7. So 2 is present over here. Hence 1, 3, 4, and 7 is not present over here at all. That is the difference. You can even use a minus sign between them. It will exactly give you the same output as like this. Okay. Same way, when you say S1 dot intersection S2, so what happens? It will give you the common elements present between S1 and S2. So if you look closely, what are the common elements? 2 is present over here as well, as you can see. 5 and 6. So 2, 5, 6 are the common elements present in both. So if I say S1 dot intersection S2 and run this, so it will show me the common elements present in set S1 and S2. You can use a AND symbol as well, or you can even use an ampersand sign as well. And you can have any number of sets. You can say S1 dot ampersand S2 ampersand S3. Or in same way, you can say S1 dot intersection and you can pass any number of sets like S2, S3, S4, S5. And it will always return you the common elements present between all these sets. Okay, that is what it will do. Same way S1 dot union S2, it will give you all the elements present in your both the sets. So a union basically. And now let's say if you want to add or update a set with any other set, let's say this is my S2. Oh, where is my S2? This is my S2 set. Now I want to make a single set which contains all the data. How can I do that? By simply using the update method like I did in dictionaries. So s1.update s2, it will simply combine, and this is how you get all the whole data. Instead of union, you can even use a pipe sign. It will do the same thing. Simply give the data from all the sets. Okay. And the dot update method even works with list, tuples, and strings. I mentioned that as well. Do you remember? Okay. So S1, and if you see this is, if you want to convert anything to a set, for example, this is a tuple. As you can see, I want to convert this to a set. I can do that, and this is how it looks. And if you want to convert anything, any set back to a list or a tuple, you can do that. Let's say this is your set, and I want to convert it to a list. So again, Python built-in function list, and it will convert it to list. Okay. So any questions, anyone? Okay. Now let's talk about certain string methods as well, which are commonly used. Let's say I have a string, and I'll zoom in a bit so that it's easy to look at. Let's say I have a string A, B, 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 C, G, B, M, N, something like this. Now the first string method that we can use is dot split. What does dot split do? Let's have a look at it. Do remember, first of all, the output of a split method of a string will be always a list. Like you'll always get a list as the output. Always. Second thing. Now this is how the syntax should be split and the separator. Okay, when I say separator, like what should be used for splitting or separating this string? So I'm saying use B. So wherever B is there, the string will be broken from there. So you can see that AV, B was there, so it is broken from there. B will not be present now. VCG, again B will not be present, and then MN. This is used for splitting, and you get this as a bracket in form of a list. Now your question would be, when do we use it? When you would want to break down all the words present in a sentence. Okay, how to do that? I'll talk about it. For example, let's say this is your sentence ABC space DEF. If you do not pass in any value to split, by default, space is considered as a split or a separator basically. So when once you without you pass and do not pass any value, so space will be considered as a separator, and you can see with respect to space the string has been distributed. So ABC comma DEF. So it can be used for separating words, or in fact if you are having paragraphs and they are separated by periods, so you can even use a period and it will be able to get will be able to separate sentences completely. Okay, another example, text dot split V. So A, again because V is present over here, so A, B, and then CGBM. So simply used for breaking down or separating the text. That's it. That is the use of split method. Now let's talk about replace. What does replace do? Replace is used for replacing any particular pattern or value in your string. Okay, for example, I'm saying s is equal to abc, and just remember this is a string. You might think that okay, there are commas, but everything over here is a string. Okay, just to make it look confusing, I placed it so that you still understand it is a string. It's not a list or tuple, something like that. There's no object reference over here. Okay, this is completely one big string. So s is equal to abc comma abc comma abc multiple times. Now I want to replace ab with a. So I can say s dot replace ab with what? A. And when you run, once you run it, you can see that you have AC, AC, AC like this. Everything has been replaced. Okay. But this is the output. Now this is unique. Usually all the methods of sets, lists, tuple mostly update that object itself. Okay, our certain methods of set does not do that, but still same is the case with strings. String will be exactly the same. It is still the same. Okay, How do we update? We'll talk about that. We'll have to assign it back like this: s is equal to s dot replace a b with a. But now you also have a functionality of how many times you want to replace in this function. So replace ab with a how many times? 4 times. So only 4 times a is replaced, as you can see, placed instead of ab. Okay, and if you want to update it in place, you will have to say like this, and then you have this particular item. I've also specified again there are multiple functions. For example, if you press tab, how to like you can capitalize the whole string, center, case hold, okay, and find, format. Multiple functions are there for strings. Are all of them used? Not, no, but again, you can kind of look into it, how you can use them. Most of them are not used, but still, join, many of them are there. But yes, okay. Now let's move ahead and talk about certain built-in functions. Please give me a second. Okay, let's continue. So let's talk about range now. So range is a Python built-in function again. Now we'll be talking about certain built-in functions back to back. If you remember, and one more thing, just if you go to Python documentation, let me open up Python documentation as well. So what I did, if you simply go to search over here, and let's say if you write built-in, do not worry about how it will look, simply write built-in. And when you search this, so you'll see a lot of things that will come up. Built-in exception, built-in functions. Once you click on this, like if you go down, you have seen that. So simply I searched built-in, correct? Like I searched built-in, simply clicked on go. A lot of things will come. Look for what you were searching essentially. So we were searching built-in functions, click on it. See, these are all the built-in functions present in Python. Okay. So there are a lot of functions, as I mentioned, dictionary used for converting anything to dictionary. Okay. Same way, input will be covering ID we have talked about, help we'll talk about. Okay, we'll talk about float you have already talked we have already talked about. We'll talk about enumerate, length we'll talk about, list we have talked about. Okay, so there are a lot of functions. If you click on any, let's say if you want to click on set, let's say click on set. So it will lead you to that particular class, what it is, what does it do, what are various things around it, and all those parts. Okay, so there are approximately 60 70 Python built-in functions, and of course they are bound to increase or decrease based on how the language develops, because it's currently versions are getting developed for Python. So yes, as you can see, this was added in 3.10. Okay, this was changed in 3.7. So things tend to change and how they're added or removed. But yes, coming back. Okay, range function. So there are, as I mentioned, as I just showed you, which statement you are referring to before? This statement. For example, you're talking about this one. This is the syntax and all the inbuilt methods or functions it has. For example, for print, what you are having, let's see if I show you print, because print is also Python built-in function, correct? So if you see print, see separator, and so all the arguments that function has. So that is what they are showing you over here. Okay. So for every function that will be shown. For every, you go to any function, if there are any arguments, if there are, then only it will be shown. For example, if I go to, let's say, sorted, we'll be talking about sorted as well. So one of the argument is key, and one of the argument is reverse. They will be also a bit of talking about what does key do and what does reverse do. Like these are the information around these. But yes. Okay, coming back to what we were talking. So as I mentioned, Python has various built-in functions as well. So what are these built-in functions? Used for different kind of objectives. For example, what was print used for? Printing a particular thing. What was type used for? Seeing the data type of a particular object present within the small parenthesis of that function. A range function is used for generating data. It is cleverly used with the for loop to iterate any n number of times over a particular data. Don't worry, we'll talk about for loop as well. But let's talk about, first of all, how does it look? Range function is also known as, is also a generator. When I say generator, means that if you do not ping it to get data, it will not give you data. It will simply store, and generators are kind of very fast as well. Let me repeat. Range function, not all the functions. Range function is a generator, means it will not give you or it will not generate the data until unless pinged, or until unless you can say kind of asked for. It will not give you the data. It will simply take a small memory and set whenever required, then only it will give you the data. So that is what you can say is a generator. We'll see that answer. Don't worry. What I mean to say, it will only give you output if you kind of ping it. Okay, let's see first of all what I'm trying to say. Let's say I'm saying range 20. Once I run this, so it simply shows you this as output. Range 0 to 20. Okay. Now after this, when you say print, range 20, it is still the same thing. This shows that it is not giving the data as output. But as soon as you use list, now because you are extracting the data, you want to store it in a form of list. So what you do, you say list, you use list range 20, and boom, you are getting all the data. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till 19. Again, last number is never included. Last number is never included. Do remember that. So range function is simply used for generating data. Now you might ask, so how is it useful? Don't worry, when we'll talk about the for loop, it helps us in looping over a particular thing. limited number of times. Like we have the control of how many times you want to loop over any particular code, or how many times you want to run a particular code. Let's say you want to run a code 5 times. So you might simply say range 5. Hmm. So it will give you from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and you will be using, like, this is 0th run, first run, second run. So you tend to use range in such a way. Also, we tend to use range for generating data as well, and some basic things. We'll look into that as well. Don't worry. So range 20, and it gives you this particular data as a output. Indexing also directly works on top of range. So if you say range 20 and square bracket 2, it will give you the corresponding element present at that range. Now, because by default it starts from 0. So again, there are 3 values possible with range. You can see over here. 3 arguments: start, stop, and step. Start and stop are optional. Why? Because they have some default values. Start value by default is 0. Step value by default is 1. So even if you do not specify anything as a start, so if you are saying 20, that is by default treated as an end value. So default starts from 0. Okay. But what if you say that I want to start from somewhere else? You say I'm starting from 10, going all the way till 40. And step size again, you're saying 2. I do not want constant increase of number. Increment of 2 is what I need. So once you run this, so 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 44, like this. Now, based on this comes the first question. Can you write a code to give all the odd numbers from 1 till 100? Everyone, what do you think? Can you do that? If yes, try to give me a. Lakshmi, you cannot use dots. You'll get an error. If the syntax says you can use only comma, you can only use comma, nothing other than that. So in programming, I do agree. Most of you might think, do we need to remember these syntaxes? The answer is yes. Do we need to remember when to use square bracket, when to use small bracket? The answer is yes. There is no other way around. Okay. We'll have to remember these things, but don't worry. If you might be thinking, I'm not able to remember, no one is able to remember in first go. Everyone goes through 2 to 3 times and only is able to remember it or retain it. Okay, so let's move ahead. Good, I am able to see nearly everyone giving correct codes. Now let's move ahead. So this is how you can use range for generating data. Now the next function is length function, built-in function length. What it is used for? It is used for seeing the number of elements present in the object or data container. Let's say I have a list li, and I simply say ln, len, li. Len stands for length. Of course, this is a Python built-in function for checking the length of any sequence. So it says 7. Now my question, what is the maximum index value that will be present in this list? Anyone? Correct. Now other Python built-in function, max and min, as the name itself suggests, used for getting the maximum value and the minimum value from a sequence or among the values that we pass. So 23522, so maximum value 89. Same way, min, minimum function, pass in a sequence or in individual numbers, and it will give you those things as an output. Now comes the round function. So round function, as the name itself suggests, used for rounding of the floating numbers to a particular decimal place you want to. It has the argument of n digits. So you can see this is the syntax, the round. You pass in a number, and then there is a syntax of n digits. By default, it is 0, means you pass any float value to it, it will be rounding it off to the 0 decimal places. Okay, you can of course specify any number. I'll show you this example over here. So if I say round, 1.543 gives me 2. Now if I want to round it to only 2 decimal places, so I can simply say 2 over here. Like n digits is equal to, just give me a second, I was trying to copy. So n digits is equal to 2. So it only rounds it off to 2 decimal places. Okay. Now I have a question to all of you. What will be the difference between this and this? What will be the difference between line number 1 and 2? What will be the difference between the output of line number 1 and 2? Correct. Line number 1 will only give you the rounding of number, like the round value. Once you run this, it gives you round. But once you do an integer, it simply strips off the decimal and all the corresponding values, and only you get the 1. So do not get confused that if you are using integer function, it will be rounding it off. That's an assumption, but incorrect assumption. Okay. So rounding off is used for rounding off. Integer is used for simply, doesn't matter if it's 9999, it will simply strip it off. That's it. Okay. Now let's move to the sorted function. As the name itself suggests, used for sorting iterables by default in ascending order. So you pass in a iterable. What is a iterable? List, tuples, these are known as iterables. And reverse 5 false means it will be sorting in ascending order. Let's say you are having a tuple, you are having a list. Okay. So do remember, always the output of sorted function will be a list. Same way how it was in the case of split method for strings. Do you remember it? Split method for string or split function of with respect to strings will be always giving you a list as output. Same is the case with sorted function as well. Doesn't matter if you're passing in a tuple, set, dictionary, whatever. Output will be always a list. Okay. So sorted output is a list, and you pass in L, which is a list. So it sorts it and gives you the output. Okay. And this is your L. L does not get changed. If you think that L will be changed, the answer is no. You'll have to reassign it in case if you want to change it. Okay. Now when you say sorted T, same way your T is also sorted. And if you want to sort it in reverse order, what will you do? You simply say sorted reverse true. That's it. So it will sort in descending order now. Clear to everyone? Okay. Now let's talk about the next Python built-in function, enumerate. Okay. So enumerate function in Python is used for simply placing a integer value along with the item present in the sequence. People too tend to get confused thinking that it is the index value. The answer is no. It's not an index value that comes as output. Don't worry, I'll talk about that about the output. But it's simply a number. For example, let's say I have a list G which has certain strings A, F, L, and I specify a function enumerate, and this is how it looks. Okay, it's a generator. If you get these kind of outputs, means enumerate is also a generator. It will only return data once you ping it. once you ping it. So I'm saying list enumerate G. What happens? Now let me use a pen just to kind of explain this. You can see first of all these items are here, correct? Like all the items are here, okay? But along with them you have numbers like 0, 1 and 2. That is what enumerate does. And you pass any data to enumerate function, any iterable to enumerate function. It will simply take every element, store it in a tuple along with a number starting from 0. Now because it starts from 0, so it looks what as a index value, correct? But is it an index value? The answer is no. However, people tend to, or you can see developers tend to use it in such a way that it is helpful. Means, if you remember, there are multiple elements in a list. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 1. And let's say this is list A. Now my question to you is, if I say A dot index 1, what will be the output? What should be the output? 2 will be never the output. I am asking what is the index of element 1. That is what it is saying. So the output, now see, as you can see, 1 is repeating 2 times, correct? So indexes are 0, 1, 2, 3. These are the indexes. Let me write index over here so that you do not get confused. Indexes are these 0, 1, 2, 3. Now 0 and 3 both are representing 1. But by default, always the first index is returned. By default, always the first index is returned. So it will say 0. Now you might ask, so how do we get all the indexes? So you might use enumerate function. And once you use enumerate in this case, what will happen? So it will say 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, and 3, 1. And then you can write a custom code that wherever the second value is 1, give me the first value, which kind of now looks as an index value because it starts from 0. Does it make sense, everyone? So enumerate is used in such a logic as well, where we want to kind of look into all the possible index values, because by default Python does not support it. Questions, anyone? But again, is it an index value? No. For example, if we say list enumerate G, like this is again my sequence, and I want to start with 10, so it will start from 10. So it will say 10A, 11F, and 12L. Okay, so it shows in this manner as well. And if you use dictionary instead of a list, because see, whenever you see a structure like this, that there is a tuple having two values and present inside a big list or anything else, you can use a dictionary also on top of it. So it will get converted to a dictionary, and this is how your output will look like. Okay, this is how your output will look like. Then comes in the next Python function. We'll just cover two more functions and then we'll wrap up for today. We'll not cover many more things. Okay, just 2 or 3 more functions and that's it for today. We'll not cover many more things. Okay, so we can use also the help function, like help, and you pass anything, a list, a function name, and it will display the corresponding help around that function. For example, I'm saying help and you pass in len, so it will show you all the information around this function. Return the number of items in the container. For example, if you say, let's say, what are the other functions that we have covered? Round. Let's write round over here, like help round. So it tells you round a number to a given precision in decimal digits. The return value is an integer if n digits is omitted or none. Otherwise, the return value has the same type as num. Does it make sense? Okay. Now let's move ahead. The next function is sum, but it is used for simply summing up all the values, simply adding up, like 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 plus 8. When you do that, you get 18 as output. Then you have a reversed Python built-in function used for what? Reversing a particular sequence or retrieval. Okay, reversing a particular sequence or a table. How does it, like, again, if you have looked closely, what does it do? You can see that it is also a generator. It is also a generator. Generator in the sense because it is giving you this kind of output. So you'll have to kind of use tuple or list functions to ping it or get data out of it. Let's say this is your length. So it, and when you say reverse L, so it does not do anything. It simply takes in a memory location, small memory location, but does not perform the function. Once you ping it, then only it will perform the function. So lazy execution kind of. So tuple reverse L, it gives you output when required. And you can see your L is now not changed, but we are kind of seeing output. So to change L, we will say L is equal to tuple reverse L. Okay. None of the functions will be changing your default objects by default. Like you can see over here as well. Is it changing your G? The answer is no. Same way, is sorted changing your L? The answer is no. Okay, so nowhere changes will be happening directly. Now let's talk about zip function. So what we'll do, we'll cover till input only. So now zip function and input, and I'll give you time to cover the code, and then we'll end the class. So just two more functions. I know it could be for a lot of people a lot information, so I'll stop over here only. I'll not cover much more now. Just two more functions. So zip function, what does zip do? Zip simply concatenates two objects together. Let's say this is your list L1, this is your list L2. Now, first of all, zip also is by default. Zip also is a generator. It will not give you data by default. You'll have to use list or dictionary to get data output from the zip. So how do I use it? I'm saying list, zip, L1 and L2. So what does it do? First of all, this is the output. It takes in the elements index wise and places them in the tuple and gives you the output. For example, 1, 2, like see, this is how the data is there, correct? Do you see it closely? So index wise elements are taken and then placed together and returned as output. Okay. Now the question could be that what if one has less number of items, and only till that less number of items grouping will be done. Post that grouping will not be done. And also you can use dictionary like we talked about in previous case. If the output is this kind of objects like a tuple containing two numbers and a whole big list or tuple, you can simply say dictionary and it will be converted to dictionary. That's it. Easy peasy. Okay. Now let's talk about the last function for the class and then we'll not talk any further functions. The input function. Input function in Python allows the user to pass in an input. Let's say you are having a website and you want a person to provide in an input. So you might use an input function. Again, you'll not be using this function, but again, just trying to show you information. So I'm saying C is equal to input open close parenthesis. Once I run this, see a box has appeared up. And you can see my kernel is busy. Just to show, my kernel is busy over here. Can you see this? So once I write in my name, let's say Rahul or anything basically. If I say like hello, and now if I see C, what does C contain? C contains hello. Okay. So you can allow the user to pass any data as an input. Now do remember, input function always reads the data in form of string. For example, if I say D is equal to input and pass in even a number like 4500, okay, and try to see now what this D contains. It contains 4500, but in form of a string. So input function will always allow you to take in the data from the user, but it will be always in the form of string. Now, how to avoid that? You can use the integer function int function on top of it. So you're saying input, pass your age, and then you are saying int. Once you run this, so it comes up like this, like pass your age. This is the thing, and then you have a box completely where you can pass in your information. Let's say 67, and I press enter. Now, if you see D first of all, see D is 67. It's an integer value. Why? Because we converted it over here using this. and it looks like this. Pass your age 67. Type D, it tells you now integer. Why? Because we used the int function to talk about it. Same way, if you say input, please enter your name, and then you can use that to print anything like this. Like say it says please enter your name, I simply says R, so it says LOR. Does it make sense? Any questions, anyone? Okay, now let me stop the share. Now till this if and else statement, I've changed the code a bit. Please do not use any older version. Let me upload this code in the chat window. Please use this code and cover till the if and else statements. Cover till the if and else statements. Please give me a second. I'm uploading the code on the chat window. So till the if and else statement, try to go through from starting till the if and else statement. Do let me know in case of any questions, queries. Try to play around with the code. I'll be also uploading it on the portal. Okay. But yes, if you have any questions, post those in the chat as well. No, the I have given the code, and I want everyone to go through the code in case of any questions. Uh, to ask me the questions, and in case of any errors, let me the errors. Give me the errors. I'll solve those as well. So everyone is going through the code currently. Okay, so I hope everyone has gone through the code. Now, if you have any questions, request you to please post in your questions. If you do not have any questions, Sri Kishan has already shared the feedback link in the chat window. Request you to please provide feedback. You, only 5 is termed as good, less than 5 is not termed as good. You are also free to provide in your comments as well. And then you can drop from the class. And in case of any questions, I'll answer those questions. Then you can provide the feedback and then drop from the class. So those who are leaving, thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. The rest, if there are any questions, please put in the chat. Thank you, Vibhor. Thank you, Sundar. Thank you, Bharat. Thank you, Toby. Thank you, Manoj. Thank you, Gender. So, any questions, anyone? Please put in the chat. Thank you, Avitra. Thank you, Abhay. Thank you, Mayur. No, Prakhar. Even if you watch the recordings again, like you simply make, you can go and check the attendance. If it is marked as absent, even if you simply play a recording, that will be still marking your attendance as present, in fact. And also, this course is optional, so it will not be affecting anyway in your certification, Prakhar. Okay. So thank you, everyone. I do not see any questions coming up. So have a good day. See you tomorrow, everyone. Thank you. Leaving the session as well. Bye. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you everyone for your participation, and thank you for a wonderful session. Once we wrap up the session, you can see survey feedback form in your browser. Please rate us the session between 5 or less than 5. It will improve upcoming sessions. Thank you very much.